Are you, I couldn't tell if you were raising your hands like you wanted to say something, Mr. Marsh.
Oh, no, Judge. We just weren't sure if you would like the Spanish speakers first or the Arabic speaker first.
The Arabic interpreter asked to go first.
Okay.
And then we'll have the Spanish speakers right after that.
Ahmed.
Great. Good morning. Please state your name.
اسمك لو سمحت.
Ahmed.
أحمد.
Great. This is your initial appearance.
دي أول مرة بيستدعوك عشان يقولوا لك الاتهامات الموجهة ليك.
You are here this morning on misdemeanor charges of assault and 2 counts of disorderly conduct.
في اعتداء وفي سلوك غير سوي ودي التهم الموجهة ليك اليوم ودي جنحة.
You have the right to remain silent.
لك الحق ان انت تصمت تماما.
Anything you say can and will be used against you.
اي شيء تقوله ممكن يتخذ ضدك ويصبح تهمة ليك.
You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice.
لك الحق ان انت يكون عندك محامي خاص بيك.
Under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf.
أو ممكن يعينوا لك محامي من قبل المحكمة.
I am going to determine your conditions of release.
هقول لك شروط الإفراج عنك اليوم.
I have reviewed the probable cause statement.
أنا راجعت كل الاتهامات الموجهة ليك.
I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you.
وكل المعلومات وراجعت كل المعلومات اللي هي اعطتها لي مكتب ما قبل المحاكمة الخاصة بي.
If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
لو أنا قلت لك إن أنا أحكم بأن أنت تسيب السجن اليوم، هل توعدني أن أنت تحضر الجلسة اللي تكون مقررة ليك؟
Yes.
Yes.
And if I also ordered that you could not have contact with Ms. Kabbalah, would you abide by that order?
وإذا حكمت إن أنت لا يكون لك أي صلة بسيدة كابالا، هل تقبل هذا الحكم اللي أنا هقوله؟
هي حكم بتاخذ المحكمة أنا ما.
Anything that you will order, Your Honor, I will abide with too.
Thank you. All right.
شكرا.
I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for court.
أنا هحكم إن أنت يطلق سراحك لكن بشرط إن أنت تحضر الجلسة الخاصة بيك المرة القادمة.
Yes.
You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
لابد أن أنت تمتنع عن أي كحوليات أو أي خمور. Yes.
You may not commit any acts of domestic violence.
وتمتنع عن إنك تقوم بأي عنف أسري. Yes.
No contact with Ms. Kabbalah until further order of the court.
لا يكون هناك أي صلة مع مس كابالا حتى تحكم المحكمة بذلك. هذه هي شروط إن أنت يطلقوا سراحك بها. Yes.
And don't return to the incident location except that you can return one time with a police escort to obtain your belongings.
ولا تذهب إلى مكان الحادث الذي حدث فيه هذه الواقعة إلا لو كنت تحب يكون معاك رجل بوليس وحتى تستطيع أن أنت تجمع كل ممتلكاتك من هذا المكان. Yes.
Your next court date will be on July 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
المرة القادمة اللي ليك جلسة فيها في المحكمة شهر 7 يوم 28 الساعة 1:30.
That's a domestic violence arraignment with Judge Millian at Tucson City Court.
ودي تعتبر عنف أسري وهتكون في سيتي كورت.
If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
إذا لم تظهر للمحكمة وللجلسة المخصصة ليك هيبقى هناك أمر بالإلقاء القبض عليك.
بس يعطوني ورقة بالجلسة مشان أظل متذكر.
Would you give me some forms, please, Your Honor, so I can remember when exactly the next hearing would be?
Yes, you're going to receive my court order that has the court date on it.
أيوة هيعطوا لك كل الأوراق الخاصة بكل ما قالته القاضية بالنسبة للجلسة القادمة. Yes.
Not only can a warrant issue for your arrest, but the hearings can also go forward without you, and that includes your trial.
ولو أنت ما ظهرتش للجلسة القادمة ممكن يلقوا القبض عليك وكمان ممكن يتم الحكم عليك بدون علمك وتمشي الجلسة بدونك. Yes.
If you are found guilty and then fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose the right to a direct appeal.
ولو انت قالت المحكمة ان انت متهم وان انت مذنب في مدة 90 يوم هتفقد حقك ان انت تقوم بالاستئناف.
I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf.
أقول في هذه الجلسة الآن إن أنت نعتبرك المحكمة إن أنت غير مذنب، إن أنت بريء.
You are presumed to be innocent.
ونعتبرك بريء، نعتبرك غير مذنب. الآن.
Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
هل أنت فاهم لو أنت ما ظهرتش في الجلسة القادمة ما الذي يتم هيقع عليك من عقاب؟
أكيد بدي أحضر.
Of course, Your Honor, I will attend the next hearing.
Thank you. All right, you'll be released within a few hours, and that's all for today.
هيتم إخراجك من السجن في ظرف ساعات قليلة وهذا كل ما لدي ليك اليوم.
شكرا كثير.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
شكرا.
And the Arabic interpreter may be excused. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sanchez. Soto Braco. Oh, Isaiah. You're gonna wait. Sanchez.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Buenos días, doctor. Carlos Sanchez.
Mr. Sanchez, this is your initial appearance.
Señor Sánchez, hoy es su comparecencia inicial.
You are here this morning on felony charges of endangerment.
Usted se encuentra aquí por cargos, delitos graves de poner a personas en peligro.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene el derecho a guardar silencio. Todo lo que usted diga se puede y se usará en su contra.
We are going to determine your conditions of release.
Vamos a determinar sus condiciones de libertad.
You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you.
Usted también tiene el derecho a contar con la representación de un abogado y voy a nombrar a la oficina del defensor público para que lo defienda.
You do have counsel seated with you for this morning's hearing.
Tiene a un abogado sentado enseguida de usted para ayudarle con la audiencia del día de hoy.
I have reviewed the probable cause statement provided by the arresting agency.
Ya leí la declaración con respecto al motivo justificante que proporcionó la agencia que llevó a cabo el arresto.
I have also reviewed information about you from pretrial services.
También revisé información con respecto a su persona que proporcionó la agencia previos al juicio.
It lets me know if you have any criminal history.
Y me informa si usted tiene antecedentes penales.
It tells me if you provided any information about your ties to the community.
Me indica si usted proporcionó información como respecto a lazos que tiene usted con la comunidad.
And it contains your assessments and recommendations.
Y también incluye su evaluación y sus recomendaciones.
Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation.
Por último, también ya he revisado la información con respecto a la recomendación de la Fiscalía.
They are asking that you be held on a bond of $1,500.
Ellos están solicitando que se quede detenido, pero con una fianza de $1,500.
Would the state like to be heard further?
Le pregunto a
Your
la
Honor.
Fiscalía si tiene algo más que quiera decir.
Your Honor, the state would like the court to consider Mr. Sanchez's high FTA score and a high NCA score, as well as the allegations here where he is driving unsafely on the street, 60 miles per hour in a 30-mile-per-hour zone. He eventually ends up driving the wrong way up the street. 3 cars had to swerve out of the way to avoid colliding with Mr. Sanchez. He also had a passenger, his girlfriend, who acknowledged that that he was driving and that his driving behavior put others in danger. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, one more, thank you. Sí, su señoría, quiero informarle, indica la Fiscalía que quiere que usted tome en cuenta que las calificaciones son bastante altas que usted recibió con respecto a FTA y NCA, y también quiere que tome en cuenta que las acusaciones tienen que ver que usted estaba conduciendo de una manera peligrosa, donde usted iba manejando a 60 millas por hora en una zona, un lugar en el cual debería manejar a 30 millas por hora. También indica que mientras iba por ahí, terminó en el lado equivocado, una calle, iba manejando el sentido contrario, donde 3 carros tuvieron que moverse hacia un lado para esquivarlo a usted, para no chocar con usted. Y también que usted tenía un pasajero con usted dentro del carro, que era su novia, y su novia indicó que sí, usted estaba manejando de una manera imprudente y que podría haber puesto a personas en peligro.
And I see that there's a recommendation that I order no contact with the alleged victims, but I'm not sure that we have specific individuals identified. Does the state wish to address that?
La juez indica, veo aquí que la Fiscalía también escribió una indicación donde quiere que usted no tenga ningún contacto con las presuntas víctimas, pero la juez indica, aquí no tengo información con respecto a cuál persona individual se están refiriendo. Le pregunta entonces al juez, al fiscal, si tiene algo más que decir.
No, sería todo, entonces me voy a quedar aquí.
He's asking, I don't know, does this mean that I'm going to stay here?
I'm asking the prosecutor a question about the overall conditions of release.
La juez le está haciendo una pregunta al fiscal para preguntarle si tiene alguna recomendación con respecto a sus condiciones para que lo dejen salir. Un momento.
I have not yet decided whether to hold you on a bond.
Todavía no he decidido si lo voy a dejar aquí detenido hasta que pague usted fianza.
Judge, I don't have any, Judge, the court's correct. There are no, I don't believe there are named victims. It is possible that the defendant's passenger may be a named victim in the case going forward, but at this point, Judge, I believe it is the other drivers on the road. So we leave that up to the court. Thank you.
Thank you. And the
Sí, su señoría. One moment, please. Sí, su señoría. Yo pienso que usted está en lo correcto. No se nombró no se indicó el nombre de las víctimas. Considero que pueden haber sido los otros pasajeros que iban manejando en la calle. No estoy seguro si la que estaba con usted, manejando con usted, como pasajera con usted, más adelante se va a nombrar a ella también como presunta víctima. No lo sé, indica el fiscal. Entonces lo dejo bajo el criterio del juez. Y el juez dijo gracias.
The defense may go forward.
Thank you, Judge. I would request pretrial services release for Mr. Sanchez for a number of reasons. First, Mr. Sanchez is 20 years old, and it appears to me from my review of the interim complaint that this is a reckless driving speeding case. Unlike the normal endangerment cases the court sees where there are underlying drug or alcohol issues.
Okay, one moment, please. One moment, please. Ahora el juez le pide al abogado defensor que si tiene algo que decir. El abogado defensor indica así: gracias, su señoría. Yo solicito que dejen salir en libertad al señor bajo la supervisión de la agencia previa a juicio, al señor Sánchez, por varias razones. Primeramente, el señor Sánchez tiene 28 años de edad y después de haber revisado la queja interina, esto es por andar manejando, conduciendo de una manera imprudente y por andar manejando a alta velocidad, pero no tiene que ver como con otros casos de que andaba conduciendo de una manera temeraria porque estaba usted bajo los efectos de droga o alcohol.
And my apologies, Judge, I might have misspoke. Mr. Sanchez is 20 years old. The only other thing that I would add is that it appears that Araceli did provide some information to the police about Mr. Sanchez driving. What I think is a noticeable absence from her statement is that Mr. Sanchez wasn't drinking, wasn't on drugs. And for those reasons, Judge, but for the officers observing this behavior, this might have turned into nothing more than a civil case. For all those reasons, I would ask for.
Okay, go ahead. For all those reasons you asked for.
Pretrial services release, and the court can include conditions that Mr. Sanchez not drive or operate a motor vehicle if he is released.
Okay, one moment, please. So, el abogado defensor indica lo siento, su señoría, creo que me equivoqué cuando dije que el señor Sánchez tenía 28, tiene 20 años de edad. Otra cosa más que quiero agregar, parece ser que la señorita Araceli le dio información a los policías y en esa información que ella presentó estaba de una manera importante que no decía que él estaba conduciendo bajo los efectos de alcohol o de drogas. Entonces, si la policía se hubiera enfocado únicamente en que estaba manejando a alta velocidad, entonces este sería un caso civil. Entonces, abogado defensor le pide a la juez que lo deje salir en libertad bajo la agencia previos al juicio y uno de los requisitos o condiciones que la juez puede ordenar es que usted no maneje.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, I am going to order that you're held on the bond of $1,500, cash or secured.
Gracias. Señor Sánchez, voy a ordenar que se quede detenido bajo fianza de $1,500. Esta fianza la puede pagar en efectivo o garantizada.
If you are released, you'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services.
Si a usted lo dejan salir en libertad, usted va a tener el requisito de ser monitorado bajo las agencias previas al juicio.
No driving without a valid license, no alcohol or illegal drugs.
No puede manejar si no tiene una licencia válida para manejar. No puede tomar bebidas alcohólicas o drogas.
And do not return to the incident location, which is the area described in the interim complaint.
Y no puede regresar al lugar del incidente, lo cual es la área que se describe en la queja interina.
Your next court date will be on July 6th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing.
Su próxima audiencia en la corte va a ser el 6 de julio a la 1:30 de la tarde para una audiencia preliminar.
It's quite likely that court date will change, so please do keep in touch with your attorney to be sure you know when you are expected to appear in court.
Es muy probable que esa fecha de la corte cambie, entonces es muy importante que mantenga usted en contacto con su abogado para que usted esté informado de la próxima fecha que tiene que ir a la corte.
If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Si usted no se presenta en alguna audiencia que se fije en la corte para usted, se puede emitir una orden por su arresto. ¿Usted entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Gracias, señor. Eso es todo en su caso.
So then, Entonces no me van a dejar salir. Tengo que pagar.
So then they're not gonna let me get out. I need to pay.
Yes, sir, you would have to post a bond to be released.
Correcto, señor. Usted va a tener que pagar la fianza para que lo puedan dejar salir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Caso está la puerta ahí y toma seco de más. Soto. Bueno,
Please state your name.
Por favor, diga su nombre.
Jesús.
Jesús
Soto Bracamonte.
Soto Bracamonte. Yes.
Sí.
This is your initial appearance.
Esta es su comparecencia inicial.
You are here this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug for sale, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
A usted lo estamos viendo aquí el día de hoy por cargos contra usted de posesión de una droga peligrosa, posesión de un narcótico destinado para venta y posesión de bienes parafernales.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene el derecho a guardar silencio. Todo lo que usted diga se puede usar en su contra.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you.
Tiene el derecho a contar con la representación de un abogado y se nombra la oficina del defensor público para que lo represente.
We are going to determine your conditions of release.
Vamos a determinar sus condiciones de libertad.
I have reviewed the probable cause statement from the arresting agency.
Ya he revisado la declaración con respecto al motivo justificante de la agencia que llevó a cabo el arresto.
I have also reviewed information about you from pretrial services.
También revisé información con respecto a su persona que proporcionó la agencia previas al juicio.
That lets me know about your ties to the community, whether you have any criminal history, and their assessments and recommendations.
Esto me da información con respecto a si usted tiene lazos con la comunidad, si usted tiene antecedentes penales y la evaluación y recomendación que ellos proporcionan.
We are going to, I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $1,000.
También leí la recomendación de la fiscalía y la fiscalía está recomendando que a usted le pongan una fianza de $1,000.
Would the state like to be heard further?
Le pregunto a la fiscalía si tiene algo más que quiera decir.
Judge, we just want the court to consider the large amount of drugs and the large amount of cash, relatively large amount of cash, just under $700 on Mr. Soto Bracamonte's person. Thank you, Judge.
Su señoría, sí, nos gustaría que tome bajo consideración la cantidad tan grande de drogas y la cantidad tan grande de dinero en efectivo. Bueno, no relativamente una gran cantidad, un poquito menos de $700 que tenía el señor Soto.
Thank you. And defense.
¿Defensa?
Thank you, Judge. I would note for the court that Jesus is 57 years old. He has no felony history. He's employed full-time. He has a verified address. Ultimately, given the nature of the charges, we would defer to the court on release.
Le preguntan ahora al abogado defensor. Gracias, su señoría. Quiero que tome en cuenta que el señor Soto Bracamonte tiene 57 años de edad, no tiene ningún antecedente penal, tiene empleo de tiempo completo, pudieron verificar el lugar de donde usted vive, pudieron verificar dónde trabaja y tomando en cuenta el tipo y naturaleza del delito, él deja su recomendación al criterio del juez con respecto a las condiciones de libertad.
I will order Mr. Soto Bracamonte that you are held on the bond of $1,000, cash or secured.
Bueno, voy a ordenar que el señor Soto Bracamonte se quede detenido con una fianza de $1,000 que puede ser en efectivo o garantizada.
If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services.
Si lo dejan salir en libertad, usted va a estar bajo la supervisión de la agencia previos al juicio.
You must submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services.
Y usted tiene que someterse a monitoreo o tratamiento como lo sugiere la agencia previa al juicio.
You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not possess any firearms or weapons.
No puede poseer, no puede tener ni consumir ninguna bebida alcohólica, ni drogas ilícitas, ningún arma de fuego o ningún otro tipo de arma.
I'm scheduling your preliminary hearing for July 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Estoy fijando su audiencia preliminar para el 6 de julio a la 1:30 de la tarde.
There's a good chance that court date will change, so keep in touch with your attorney to make sure you know when you are expected to appear in court.
Es muy probable que esa fecha de esa audiencia cambie, así que es muy importante que se mantenga en contacto con su abogado para que usted esté informado la fecha que se tiene que presentar en corte.
If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand that?
Si usted no se presenta en alguna audiencia que se haya fijado en su caso, se puede emitir una orden por su arresto. ¿Usted entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Gracias, señor. Eso es todo en su caso. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Judge, I think that Mr. Soto Bracamonte has some questions about the process for getting his bond posted. I'm not sure what the court would like to tell him about that.
I think that they'll be able to direct you, the folks at the jail will be able to direct you on how to post your bond.
El abogado defensor le indicó a la juez que piensa que el señor Soto Bracamonte tiene preguntas acerca cómo y dónde se puede pagar la fianza. Y la juez le indicó al abogado defensor, las personas que trabajan ahí en la cárcel, los funcionarios de la cárcel, le van a dar esa información a usted acerca cómo y dónde se puede pagar la fianza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Por favor, no sé. Dale fuerte y con cinco de mano. Okay. Gracias, tío. Permiso. Dale.
Your Honor, may the interpreter be excused?
Yes, I believe there are no other folks on the calendar who need the Spanish interpreter. The interpreter may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter is disconnecting.
Please state your name, sir.
Isaiah Aranda.
Mr. Aranda, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court on a charge of domestic violence assault and domestic violence criminal damage. Those are both misdemeanors. They are alleged to have occurred on April 26th of this year. The warrant issued on June 19th of this year. We are going to determine you, oh, sorry, I skipped a part. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release this morning. To prepare for that, I have reviewed the warrant, and I have been given a small amount of information about you from pretrial services. It looks like you are currently being held on a felony matter and a probation matter. So you would not be released today, regardless of what I order in this case, until those are resolved. And those are not before me this morning. I am going to go ahead and affirm the amount that was ordered by the judge who issued the warrant, which is $250. That will be cash or secured. And your next court date is going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you are released, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence. I am appointing Anna Dennis to represent you, and her phone number will be on the order you receive. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Aranda?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
When you get it, you're not heard over your dreams. Good. So,
Judge, while the CO is getting the misdemeanor folks, I did want to let the court know that Mr. Mendoza, who is a felony matter, is not going to be available for an initial appearance this morning.
I will order continuing Mr. Mendoza's case to the evening session.
Richard. Usually that's good. You sure you want whatever? Well, they do that. Oh, just about. Guys, I'm seeing the back here, right?
Right, and then please state your name.
It's Christopher Antonio Miranda.
Mr. Miranda, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on misdemeanor charges, including driving on a suspended license, failing to comply with a court order. And then you have traffic charges of not having mandatory insurance card and a suspended license plate. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement provided by the arresting agency, and I have also reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates, Mr. Miranda?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if I ordered that you may not have contact of any kind with Ms. Cully, would you abide by that order?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. You may not drive without a valid driver's license. You may not possess or consume illegal drugs or alcohol. No acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to her residence or workplace. And your next court date is going to be scheduled as a case management conference on July 22nd at 10 a.m. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, that's all for today.
And sorry, Judge, that was in Miranda City Court, is that right?
Yeah, that's in Miranda City Court.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, yes, sir.
Adam? Thank you.
Please state your name.
Rodney Shoulders.
Mr. Schers, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a charge of domestic violence assault. That is a misdemeanor offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I ordered that you could not have contact of any kind with Ms. Gallegos, would you abide by that order?
Yes, ma'am.
So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. No contact with Ms. Gallegos. No, do not go to her residence or workplace. And I'll schedule your next court date for July 21st. That'll be at 9 a.m. for an arraignment at Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for any court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Schers?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all for today.
Thank you. Good to go. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Olgate? Mr. Schultz, will you step up there, please?
Please state your name.
Andres Olguin.
For Holguin, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of criminal trespass, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct. Those are all misdemeanor domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement from the arresting agency. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates, Mr. Holguin?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if I ordered that you could not have any contact of any kind with Adriana Sanchez, would you abide by that order?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with Ms. Sanchez. Do not go to her residence or the incident location. Sorry, not the incident location, just her residence or workplace. And your next court date will be scheduled as a domestic violence arraignment with Judge Millian at Tucson City Court on July 28th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose the right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Holguin?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all for today.
Thank you.
Mr. Leighton.
Please state your name.
William Leighton, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Leighton, you were here this morning on new misdemeanor charges of criminal damage and disorderly conduct. Those are domestic violence offenses. You also had older charges that were in failure to appear status, including criminal trespass, reckless burning, and disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, as well as the probable cause statement on the new charges. Mr. Leighton, I would like to give you another chance to appear on your own. If I order that you are released on your promise to appear, will you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if I further ordered that you cannot have any contact with Jean or Jeannie Robinson, will you abide by that order?
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with Ms. Robinson. Do not go to her residence or workplace or the incident location. And your next court date is scheduled for July 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's scheduled as a domestic violence arraignment with Judge Millian at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose the right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf for any charges where that has not yet occurred. You are presumed to be innocent. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Leighton?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Guard. Guard.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Sharp, this is your initial appearance. You were here this morning on several cases out of Tucson City Court. Looks like we have about 9 cases. The charges include several counts of possession of drug paraphernalia, several counts of criminal trespass, and they are all misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender's Office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed your files from Tucson City Court. And I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are released, your additional conditions of release are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim of the criminal trespass charges, do not return to those incident locations. And I will schedule your next court date as a video review on June 30th at 1:45. If you are released before then, they will vacate that hearing, and instead your court date will be July 27th at 9 a.m. for a pretrial conference. Either way, it's with Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose the right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on any charges where that has not yet occurred. You are presumed to be innocent. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Sharp? All right, that's all for today.
Taru.
Please state your name.
Taru.
Is Hinnock your last name or is Tariku your last name?
Is my father there?
Okay. Mr. Tariku, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on what appears to be about 17 files out of Tucson City Court. Those include charges of shoplifting and drug paraphernalia. They include some cases that have probation violations on charges of shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, and assault. And then additional charges that were in warrant status of possession of drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass. And then a graffiti charge. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. I am going to set your conditions of release. I have reviewed your files, and I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $2,500, cash or secured. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with any of the alleged victims, and the shoplifting, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, assault, criminal trespass, graffiti charges, no returning to those incident locations, and abide by any other previously ordered conditions of release or probation. If you remain in custody, your next court date will be on June 30th at 1:45 for a video review. If you have been released before then, your next court date will be July 28th at 9 a.m. for a pretrial conference and probation violation hearing. Either way, it's with Judge Mayhew at Tucson City Court, and if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose the right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on any charges where that has not yet occurred. You are presumed to be innocent. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Tariku?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for today.
Wellington.
Please state your name.
Willie James Wellington.
All right, Mr. Wellington, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on, it looks like 6 cases in Tucson City Court, which include charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, unlawful possession of a prescription drug, and soliciting. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender's Office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed your city court files. I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are released, you may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass charges, and do not return to those incident locations. If you remain in custody, your next court date will be June 30th at 1:45 in the afternoon for a video review. If you have been released, it will be July 27th at 9 a.m. for a pretrial conference. Either way, it will be before Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose the right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on any cases where that has not yet occurred. You are presumed to be innocent. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Wellington?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all for today.
Follow.
This is mine. I got these. Finances and got me.
Please state your name.
Zuri Collins.
Just a second here. All right. Ms. Collins, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have a new misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct out of Pima County Justice Court, and then you have a couple of cases out of Tucson City Court, which include assault, criminal trespass, obstruction, disorderly conduct, and another charge of assault. And it looks like you have a petition to revoke your probation. So it looks like you were on probation for driving under the influence charge, and the allegations are that you failed to comply with your probation by picking up new charges, the assault, disorderly conduct, obstruction charges, that you failed to attend your monthly CSM and make payment towards monthly monitoring fees, and you failed to complete your driving under the influence screening / treatment, jail and home detention. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed your Tucson City Court files and the probable cause statement on the new charge out of Pima County Justice Court.
She's probably reading right now. When the guys came, I was happy and I took me to get that. All right, so on the Tucson City Court matters, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. And if you remain in custody,
Your next court date will be June 30th at 1:45. If you are released, then they'll vacate that court date, and your next court date will be July 17th at 9 a.m. And you may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and otherwise abide by your conditions of probation or previous conditions of release. I'm going to vacate the hearing currently set on July 17th at 9 a.m. Although that hearing will go back into effect if you are released on bond. And I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. I will enter pleas of not guilty to any charges where that has not yet occurred and a denial on the petition to revoke probation. And then on the new charge out of justice court, I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear, so that will not hold you in if you are released on the Tucson City Court case. Your next court date will be on July 21st at 9 a.m. That's with that's for an arraignment. I don't have which judge will be hearing it. I think it'll be Judge Cornejo, but I'm not certain. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Ms. Collins?
Yeah, I went to court yesterday.
Okay, for which case?
I have another hearing on the 17th,
Okay,
and the one I went to yesterday, I have another hearing on the 7th, I believe. I shouldn't have any failure to, well, I went in and washed both of them, all of it. Got
okay.
new hearings.
Let me ask if that was at Tucson City Court?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able?
I've done it at City and Justice.
Are you able to see anything? Okay.
I just got a new job that I'm supposed to start today.
So let me look.
I'm trying to handle
Ma'am, give me a moment,
it.
please.
Okay.
For Tucson City Court? I don't know what that. All right, I think I do see that. And what happened was while the judge ordered that you were released on your petition to revoke, he did not actually quash the warrant that was issued. So that's the problem. So I am going to adjust my order based on that information, and I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. And you will just have the July 17th court date. And to the extent the warrant should show as served now, but just in case, I'm going to write on the order any outstanding warrant in this case is quashed. All right, so the conditions of release are the same. There's just no bond. You're released on your promise to appear. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Judge, that July 17th date, is that also at 1:45?
No, that's at 9 a.m.
Got it.
She said something.
Richard.
Oh, I see. Please state your name.
Serena Arvisu.
All right, Ms. Arvisu, this is your initial appearance. You were here this morning on a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court on charges of burglary in the 3rd degree, theft of means of transportation, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. The warrant was issued in January of this year, and the charges are alleged to have occurred back in May of 2025. You have the right to remain silent on all charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal advocate's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the warrant. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know if you have any other felony convictions or charges, and it lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. And
It's a separate case, Judge. I anticipate that there's going to be an IA on the bench warrant sometime this week.
yeah, that's what I was wondering why I don't have it before me this morning, but thank you. Okay, so it looks like you are currently being held on a separate warrant as well. So even if I ordered that you're released in this case, you would not actually be released from custody until that case is also resolved. And the state is asking that I order that you're held on a bond of $1,000 in this matter. Would the state like to be heard further?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, and defense?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
All right. So I will order, Ms. Arvisu, that you're held on the bond of $1,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services supervision. Monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location. Your next court date is going to be on June 30th. That's 1 week from today for an arraignment. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Arvisu?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Hold on, participants, see, Richard. You started want to see here? I think Serena. Yeah, all, there's all.
Please state your name.
Barero.
Mr. Barero, this is your initial appearance. You were here this morning on a warrant that issued out of Pima County Superior Court on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale. There's a few counts of that. Money laundering in the second degree, misconduct involving weapons. There's 2 counts of that. Conspiracy and illegally conducting an enterprise. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the warrant. I have also reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation through the Attorney General's office. They are asking that you be held on a bond of no less than $100,000, and they are asking that it be a cash bond. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, the state is concerned about the nature of these offenses. He was possessing these narcotic drugs for sale, despite him flushing the drugs down the toilet when the search warrant was being executed. There was still an above threshold amount of fentanyl pills found. $23,000 in the money laundering was found in his residence. A co-defendant in this case kept going over to his house before she would sell to a third party. He had this gun that was guarding his drugs, and also he's a pro-hib possessor. I'm very concerned about his prior criminal history. He's spent over 10 years in prison already, it appears. He has 11 prior felony convictions. 2 of them are dangerous. I've listed the others for which you've already read. He does have a history of failing to appear. There is a disconnect between where he says he's been living and for how long, and how long his friend providing that household says he's been living there. So I'm concerned about whether that's a reality. And he is self-employed as a landscaper. He indeed is facing mandatory prison on this case. So we are asking for no less than $100,000 cash only. Thank you.
Thank you, and defense.
Thank you, Judge. Obviously, because this is a grand jury warrant situation, Ms. Lochner's at an advantage in terms of the factual circumstances of the case. I don't have an interim or any disclosure or anything like that. What I would note for the court is that Mr. Barero is 64 years old. It does appear that he was never previously arrested in this case, and the case against Mr. Barero, at least, was filed at least 3 years after the actual offense date. So any concerns about failure to appear on this case seem misplaced, because this isn't a warrant where he failed to appear for some court date and then the warrant issued. With respect to the third-party custody offered by Fernando, any concerns about verifying the length of time at that address should go away, because Fernando was able to talk with pretrial services, who confirmed, bottom line, that Justo can stay with him, and that he offered him transportation to future court hearings, residential mailing purposes at that address. I would also note for the court that although the criminal history here, I'm sure, is concerning to the court, the most recent prior was from 2015. That's over a decade ago. And it does look like on that case, Mr. Barero was so successful on probation that his probation was terminated early. Given all of that, Judge, again, I don't really have any response for the facts that Ms. Lochner laid out. But given all of that, we would request a significantly lower cash or secured bond amount to offer Mr. Barero a reasonable opportunity at release.
Thank you. I am going to order that you are held on the bond of $100,000 cash for today. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services supervision, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And your next court date will be an arraignment on June 30th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Barero?
Oui.
Great, that's all for today.
Mr. Blackman. Tyler. Thank you. I'll talk in the courtroom, please.
Please state your name.
Skyler, Robert Blackman.
Mr. Blackman, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault, endangerment, discharging a firearm at a residential structure. Those are all domestic violence offenses. They are all felonies. The last one is not a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information about you from pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any criminal history. It lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is asking that you be held on a bond of $100,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Judge, we want the court to consider the dangerous nature of this offense, where Mr. Blackman used a gun, and we will acknowledge that there clearly was a mental health aspect to this case. We acknowledge that. However, the way that this was handled, Mr. Blackman placed himself and his mother in serious danger. He discharged his firearm twice. One time hitting the house, the other time hitting a brick wall that ended up injuring his mother. So we want the court to consider the dangerous nature of this offense and the future danger of harm, considering that, it appears that this, the mental health issues here aren't likely to be remedied in a matter of days or hours. So we want the court to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that an alleged victim is also present and would like to be heard. I'm not sure if it's Miss Jacob or.
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Okay. What would you like?
This
to
is his
know?
mother.
Thank you.
I was not injured or anything. He didn't threaten me last night. He was actually threatening himself for about 2 hours. He had a gun to his head. And I was trying to control the situation and get the gun out of his hand. And I kept asking to call either 911 or CRC. He has been struggling with depression, social isolation, extreme hoarding. He quit his job recently. He's always been a really good kid. He's not really been in trouble really before, besides maybe some traffic violations. I think he did see a psychiatrist a year ago. I think he might have been put on medications. I'm not sure what kind. I'm not sure if he's off his medications or not. I tried to call a couple of weeks ago because he mentioned that he wanted to harm himself. So I tried to call like the crisis mobile, but they couldn't do anything because he didn't threaten that day. And they just said when he's actually threatening on the day of, I need to call, and they would come over here and, send him to get a psychiatric evaluation, mental health treatment. But he did not harm me last night, and he did not threaten me whatsoever. But obviously he was trying to harm himself, and that was a scary situation. And, being his mom, all I was trying to do is calm him down and get the gun out of his hand. And eventually I did. From the sheriff's department, I kind of wrestled him on the ground and got the gun out of his hand. And because I was afraid that once he saw them, that he would, actually pull the trigger on himself, or the police would do something. We went in his room last night and we found several bottles of urine. And I think that's part of the extreme hoarding. I hadn't been in his room in like a year and a half. I just knew that there was a smell coming out of there, and I had mentioned it a few times, but he is an adult, so I just expected him to clean his room. So I really think that he needs help. He needs help, and he's my son. I love him, and I want to support him in any kind of help that he gets. I just don't know how to help him without the tools. I don't know where he can go and get the kind of help that he needs, and maybe get on medication. Like I said, he's never really been in trouble before. He's never threatened our family. He's only kind of threatened himself like 2 or 3 times this last year. And then last night was the first time he's actually pulled a gun on himself. And I really thought he was going to pull a trigger. I was really scared that he was going to hurt himself.
Thank you. Was the crisis mobile team part of the response yesterday or no?
No, they were not. I had tried to call them a few weeks ago. I called a number I saw online, and they just said because he didn't threaten to harm himself that day or within a couple of days, they couldn't come over. But I had said, well, I don't want to bring anything up because I feel like that will cause some confrontation. And I told them that he does have a gun. I just didn't want to cause confrontation while he's angry. Like last night, he was obviously very angry, and it was getting him more upset whenever I'd say, I need to call the sheriff, I need to call CRC, I need to call somebody. Because I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know what the issue is, where this came from. And, I just feel like he needs to get some kind of evaluation in a treatment center. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then I'll hear from the defense.
Thank you, Judge. It sounds to me like the same way Miss Jacobs was hopeful that mental health professionals would respond to this call as opposed to the sheriff's department. It sounds to me like a behavioral health inpatient facility is the proper place for Mr. Blackman, not the Pima County Jail. With respect to Mr. Raptis's comments about the mental health concerns, I just don't think that the Pima County Jail is the place for those concerns to be adequately addressed in the way that they need to be for Mr. Blackman, especially given the context that Ms. Jacobs just gave about the way that Mr. Blackman has been living. I do think that there are plenty of places around town. I mean, La Frontera has a VHIF facility. The CRC can have a 72-hour hold to get his meds dialed in. I know that Banner South can do the same. There are resources in our community to support folks like this, and the Pima County Jail just isn't one of them. The only other thing I would add, Judge, is that Mr. Blackman's 25 years old. He scores a 1 on both scales. As the court knows, if I were appearing for initial appearance this morning, those would be the same scores that I would have. It does seem like none of the victims object to Mr. Blackman's release. I understand that this was extremely scary. The court has in its power to order that Mr. Blackman can't be anywhere near firearms, can't live in a residence that has firearms, can't live with people who own or possess firearms. The court can order all of those things on Mr. Blackman. And while I understand that the allegations here are serious and scary, I would ask the court to note that there is a complete and total lack of criminal history, and it does seem that this was an event that could hopefully be avoided in the future if Mr. Blackman gets the medication and mental health support that he needs. Given that, Judge, and given the state's request, I'll defer to the court on release conditions.
Thank you.
I also wanted to add that he was drinking last night, and I believe he might have been severely drunk. And in his room, there's a bunch of empty bottles. So I think there might be some alcohol abuse going on as well. But I really feel like he needs some inpatient help soon.
Thank you.
I feel like he might still harm himself.
Thank you. I appreciate that, ma'am. All right, Mr. Blackman, I take a lot of your attorney's points very well. I am concerned about the danger you pose to yourself and others. I am going to order today that you're held on a bond of $10,000. That will be cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons. Surrender any firearms that are in your possession to local law enforcement. You'll do monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You know what, Miss Jacobs, are there any, if he's released, because I can't put him in inpatient treatment under these conditions today. If he is released, do you want any restrictions on contact with yourself or your household members?
How can we do a Title 36?
Well, you can file, anybody can file one. I just, through today's proceedings, that is not what's in front of me, so I can't order the kinds of things that could be ordered. But I'm just asking, as part of his conditions of release, do you want any restriction on his contact with you?
Well, he needs help today, and I don't know how to get him help.
I understand. Okay, so I'm not going to put any.
He's allowed to contact me, but I can't have him here at my house. He needs to go into a facility and get help.
Okay.
I don't think that he should be released because I'm afraid he'll harm himself.
Yeah, so I'm holding him on a bond, ma'am. I'm not releasing him, but he could post that bond, and in that case, he would be released. And I need to put in conditions of release.
Well, he's allowed to contact me, but I just can't have him at my house until he is able to get his evaluations and figure out what's going on and he gets help that he needs because he needs help.
Okay. So then you are allowed to have contact with your mother. You may not have contact with Christine Alexandria. You may not go to the victim's residence or workplace. You must establish an alternate address. And I'm going to ask that you participate in any evaluations that are offered while you are in custody, and you may not reside in a home where firearms are present. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for July 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's quite likely that court date will change. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And if a Title 36 hold is put into place, your attorney could bring that to the court's attention in a motion to modify your conditions of release. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Blackman?
Where does the warrant go off my arrest? Say again. Does the warrant go off my arrest? Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's all for today. Thank you.
So end of the week, call my office. You have an interview. Right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Ms. Diaz.
Please state your name.
Laura Diaz.
All right, thank you. Ms. Diaz, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a few different matters. You have new felony charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of a dangerous drug, and possession of a narcotic drug. You also have new misdemeanor charges of assault and disorderly conduct. You have a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court for charges from March of this year of possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. The warrant issued in April. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office on the felony matters. And we are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statements for the new charges. I have reviewed the warrant for the older charges, and I have been provided with some information about you from pretrial services that lets me know about the procedural history of the case with the warrant. It lets me know about your criminal history, if any. It lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. Great. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. It's like they are asking that you be held on a bond of $1,000 on the warrant matter. And you know what? I missed another misdemeanor warrant, so I'll tell you about that one in just a second. And they're asking that you be held on $500 bond on the new drug charges. And then the other misdemeanor warrant is out of Miranda City Court, and that is on charges from September of 2024. There's 3 counts of disorderly conduct, 1 count of assault, which is, they are all domestic violence misdemeanors, and then 2 counts of failing to appear on those charges. The warrant was issued in April of 2026. Great. You also have the right to remain silent in that matter. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice in misdemeanors, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. Would the state like to be heard further on its recommendations on the felony charges?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Judge. Given that the only felony history here is the in warrants felony matter, the drug possession matter, what is the court's inclination on that matter? It looks like it was a refile where the indictment didn't, or the warrant, excuse me, didn't issue till almost 2 months after the initial arrest. Is the court inclined to hold Ms. Diaz on that matter?
I mean, the failures to appear are stacking up, so I haven't decided yet, but I may be leaning in the direction of at least a small bond, but I'm still open-minded.
Understood, Judge. So I would note then for the court that the only felony history alleged here, and Ms. Diaz is 42 years old, is that March 2026 drug arrest. It also appears from pretrial services assessment that Ms. Diaz is eligible for at least a step screening on the new charges. I do know that there are some failures to appear here based on what the charges look like. It does seem that maybe all of that is related to the drug issues that are implicit in the felony charges. And again, I would just note for the court that it does look like that felony case was not a case where the indictment was issued close in time to the arrest, but rather it looks like pretrial services says it was a supervening indictment, but given the timing, I'm not really sure how that's possible. It also says initial appearance and arraignment, so I don't think it could have been a supervening indictment. And Ms. Diaz also confirmed that she was unaware that the warrant was issued and that she didn't know when she was expected in court for that case. If the court is inclined to release Ms. Diaz, we would waive time on a preliminary hearing for the new case and ask the court set a steps hearing. If in the alternative, the court is inclined to hold Ms. Diaz, we would ask for a nominal bond on both of the felony matters and ask the court to set a steps hearing as soon as possible.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Diaz, on the felony matters, I am going to give you one more opportunity on pretrial services release. So on both of those, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You must submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. You're going to have several different court dates. You'll get orders containing all of them, and I bet Mr. Marsh is going to write them all down as well. And if you fail to appear, it is very likely warrants will issue and that you will be held next time, okay? So it's very important to keep all of this straight, keep in touch with pretrial services, and attend your court hearings. So on the new charge, your preliminary hearing will be scheduled out in August. I think it's August 7th. Yes, here it is, August 7th. So that'll be on August 7th at 1:30. There's a very good chance that that court date will change. Now, I noticed that right now your address is a general delivery address. So if you are sent a summons to an arraignment, you're not going to receive that. The way that you will know your court date is to make sure you stay in touch with pretrial services and your attorney. Okay, they'll both be able to tell you when you're expected in court. And I'm also going to set a steps hearing to determine if you are eligible for the pre-indictment diversion program. That's 1 week from today on June 30th at 9 a.m. And then on the warrant case, I will order again that you're released to pretrial services, same release conditions, and your arraignment is going to also be on June 30th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So later that same day as the steps hearing. And that is a Monday, okay. And then on the misdemeanor out of Miranda City Court, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be July 22nd at 10 a.m. in Miranda City Court. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim from the disorderly conduct and assault charges. Do not return to the incident location. And your Tucson City Court, your new misdemeanor charges will be, your next court date will be July 23rd. So the next day after the Miranda City Court at 2 p.m. for a pretrial conference with Judge Cranshaw. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Because today is also your arraignment in that case, I will let you know that if you fail to appear, not only can a warrant issue for your arrest, but the hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days after a conviction, you can lose the right to a direct appeal. I will also enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf in that set of charges. You are presumed to be innocent. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Ms. Diaz?
Yes, I do.
All right, that's all for today.
Thank you. And if I just have one moment, Robert.
That's for diversity. One day, the courthouse, even see more. Get a raven. It's also about the diversity. You hear misdemeanor letters, you have one of which is second, one of the third times you're you get out of here, there's going to be a new line where that's what do is for things that you can say. But they don't get Charles and you talk about installing, ignore and stuff.
Yeah.
Pretrial services is your first call. Your second call at the end of the week is to my office, other that you don't. But
Thank you.
good to go, Smith.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Harvey.
Great, please state your name.
Walter Alejandro Javier Harvey.
Great, Mr. Harvey, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning charged with burglary in the second degree, and that is charged as a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the interim complaint as well as information provided by pretrial services. And I have reviewed the state's request. The state is asking that you be held on a bond of $1,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
And defense.
Thank you, Judge. I'm requesting pretrial services release for Mr. Harvey. He's 21 years old. He has no felony history. Specifically, he doesn't have any domestic violence history. Pretrial was also in touch with the alleged victim in this matter, who says that she doesn't object to his release, that she suffered no injuries as a result of the incident, and they were able to confirm that Mr. Harvey does not reside at the incident location, which is also her address. Only other thing to add here, Judge, is that it does seem, given the nature of the interim complaint, that this was a situation where Mr. Harvey went back to what was once a shared residence to get his own belongings, and then police arrived very shortly thereafter. So for that reason, I'm requesting pretrial services release.
Thank you. All right, I am going to order that you are released to the supervision of pretrial services, Mr. Harvey. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services, no firearms or weapons while you're on pretrial release. No, you cannot return to the incident location, and your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for July 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. It is likely that your hearing date will change, so stay in touch with your attorney and pretrial services because, again, if you fail to appear, that warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand?
I understand.
All right, that's all for today.
What is this? So this is six phone numbers for your next court date. Or this is the number you call as soon as you're released, and then this is your attorney's office. We've never called the MLB somewhere different.
Am I being released today?
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
And Mr. Torres.
On. Oh, no, I did not need to. Thank you. I must have made a mistake there. All right. Please state your name.
Torres, Sanchez.
All right, Mr. Torres Sanchez, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a few different matters. You have new felony charges of aggravated assault, kidnapping, aggravated domestic violence, and another type of charge of aggravated assault. Those are all domestic violence felony offenses. And then you have a new felony charge of aggravated assault on a peace officer and resisting arrest. You also have warrants. You have Green Valley Justice Court misdemeanor warrants for obstructing the highway and disorderly conduct. And then you have a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court on a felony charge of aggravated assault and resisting arrest from January of this year. The warrant was issued in February. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney on all the felony matters, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statements on the new charges. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. That lets me know whether you have any felony history. It lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendations. On the older warrant, they are asking that you be held on a bond of $5,000. On the new domestic violence charges, they are asking that you be held on a bond of $50,000. And on the new aggravated assault charge, they are asking that you be held on a bond of $10,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Judge. So starting with the DV matter, we want to flag for the court that this case involves an allegation of intimate partner strangulation. We also want the court to consider Mr. Torres Sanchez's high FTA and NCA score and the NVCA flag. The allegations in the domestic violence case are disturbing. It appears that Mr. Torres Sanchez assaulted his partner in a number of ways, stemming from, ranging from throwing objects at her head to biting her multiple times to punching her in the ribs, and then, of course, ultimately trying to what appears to be smothering her with a pillow. The victim sustained injuries that were consistent with her narration of the events, and we, of course, want the court to ensure that it orders immediate no contact in or out of jail. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to the new domestic violence matter, given my review of the interim complaint, I will defer to the court on a bond amount. With respect to the new felony resisting arrest matter, I will also defer to the court on a bond amount. And then we have no objection on the warrant amount to the state's request that the court impose a bond in the $5,000 amount listed.
All right, thank you. Okay. So on the aggravated assault against a peace officer and resisting arrest, I'm going to order a bond of $5,000, cash or secured. If you're released, you'll be released to pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, monitoring or treatment by pretrial services, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim, don't return to the incident location. And your arraignment, sorry, this is on the older charge. I think I said it was on the newer one. Your arraignment will be on June 30th at 1:30. On the domestic violence charges, I am going to order the bond of $50,000, cash or secured. It'll be the same conditions of release with the addition of no acts of domestic violence, surrender any firearms that you possess to local law enforcement while this case is pending, no contact with the alleged victim, don't go to her residence, workplace, or the incident location, and your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for July 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. On the new aggravated assault and resisting arrest charge, I will order a bond of $5,000, cash or secured, same conditions of release, and same preliminary hearing date, July 6th at 1:30. And then on the Green Valley Justice Court case, on that case, I'll order that you're released, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location, and your case management conference is scheduled for June 25th at 8:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. It is likely your preliminary hearing dates will change. So if you do post bond and get released, you will need to keep in touch with your attorney and pretrial services to make sure you know your court dates. You understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Torres Sanchez?
I sure do. And yes, I do now.
All right, that's all for today. Thank you.
So as soon as we listen to arraignment, that's on the full case. The two new cases are in July. Give the officer a call, David, and we'll have some here too. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I believe that's all for today. Thank you, everyone.